The non-germane amendment to 1199 that we didn't have quite enough of last week. Grab it. It is 10:01. We will open with the Pledge of Allegiance, and let's see. Sarah, how about you lead us since you're right there? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And we will start out by opening the hearing, public hearing on 1833. And the chair recognizes Representative Nicholas Bridle, the prime sponsor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having me. This is my first time providing testimony in Representatives Hall, so it's a little new for me, and thank you for sharing this moment with me. My name is Nicholas Bridle. I'm a representative from the seaside town of Hampton, New Hampshire. I'm the prime sponsor of HB 1833. Thank you for the opportunity to present this legislation to you. This legislation was brought forward to me by a tuna fishermen in my community down on the seacoast. Fishing, as you can imagine, is really a lifeline that our community revolves around. One of the ways that they compete with each other is having a tournament that they compete with each other in, and it's a point of pride for a lot of these captains and their crew. They've run this tournament for a few years now, and one of the issues they were having was attracting boats from out of state to keep pace and compete with. I believe last year they had between 20 and 30 boats compete in their tuna tournament, which is a great start for the little tournament that they have. But we can really see in the town of Hampton, I know Seabrook sees it as well, the economic impact of having all these boats come into our port. You can imagine the crews that come there. They're getting ice. They're utilizing, sometimes utilizing our hotels and our restaurants, and that generates revenue for the state through rooms and meals tax as well. One of the issues that the tournament organizer brought up to me was that they were having difficulty keeping Maine and Massachusetts boats from coming into New Hampshire waters and fishing in this tournament because the licensing fee seemed to be for an annual fee to land a tuna fish in our state. This fee, as it states right now, is $500, and it lasts for the year. And the tournament organizer asked if I would consider proposing legislation that would create a tournament license that was shorter in length, 3 to 10 days. I think we came up with 10 days for this language. It was a little bit lower in price, and that would make us more competitive with our neighbors to the north and to the south. I thought that that was a wonderful idea to create an economic driver, maybe grow this competition. For some background, in Ocean City, Maryland, they have a similar tuna tournament where they have 330 boats that come into this. And the purse for that event is in the millions of dollars. It really draws a nice crowd. I think Michael Jordan has a boat that he comes in and he fishes there. I'm not saying we're gonna get to 330 boats in Hampton Harbor, Seabrook Harbor, but it would be nice to grow it a little bit and really make it something that the state could take pride in. For housekeeping purposes, there were 2 amendments to this bill. I have provided you all with one at the back page of the packet that's in front of you. The front page looks like that. This first amendment, it is Amendment 2026-0357H. This amendment was brought to my attention by Director Zobel of New Hampshire Fish and Game. It cleans up some of their language regarding the fees that, it's a surcharge that addresses derelict fishing gear and coastal cleanup funds. These fees go directly to help clean up some of the derelict gear that's left behind on our coasts. The language that she offered, I took directly, put it in the bill. I sent it back to her. She said, that's a really great amendment. Thank you for including that. It makes the language of this more in line with the rest of the statute that's there. Strictly a housekeeping amendment. For your consideration, I had talked to the original tournament organizer, and he initially wanted me to take out the nonprofit section of this bill. I expressed that I wasn't necessarily supportive of that. I'm not in the business of monetizing our conservation efforts here. And really working together, Fish and Game helped me come up with some of this language for this bill, and I think the nonprofit part was a way to give back to some of the areas that could benefit from a tournament such as this. I think there's conservation with fishermen. Oftentimes there's addiction issues that could benefit from tournaments such as this, donations from a tournament such as this. I'd gone back and forth with the tournament organizer, and he agreed that the nonprofit language should stay in the bill. So that second amendment I will be withdrawing, and I will provide you with that. It just got sent to me by OLS. That is amendment 2026-0491H. I will be withdrawing that amendment. That one is not, I do not have a copy for you. It came in real last minute. So the original bill plus the amendment that the Fish and Game, which you do have, that they put in, is what I'm asking for you to consider today. As of right now, I put in the fees in there. You can see the highlighted part. That's where the $500 fee is from before. That's how it currently stands. I'm hoping that when we create a tuna tournament license, that Fish and Game will come up with a more nominal fee to help attract boats from out of state, really grow this, help out our New Hampshire economy down the seacoast, and create an event that we can really take some pride in. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so much for allowing me to talk today.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not seeing an amendment here. Did you get a packet you picked up from House Services? If you don't mind, when you're done, just check with Robin and see if they were given to our committee assistant. Oh, here she comes. I think they're probably still sitting outside of House Committee Services over at Granite Place.
It's very possible. I do have extra copies with me.
We have a copy. We can get some copies made for everybody to see. We won't be execing this today anyway, so we'll have time to consider it. Do you want to speak briefly to what the amendment does in addition, what Fish and Game asked you to do to it, just because we can't read it?
Yep. The specific amendment that the language that Fish and Game offered was only to address the housekeeping language of that derelict fishing gear fund to more be in line with the rest of the statute. There was no other changes to the season or quotas or anything like that. It was just referencing, cleaning up the language to make it more in line with the other.
Thank you. I guess we'll open it up to questions now if anybody has any, but I will start out myself by asking you one that just hit me right away when I was reading the bill, because the license is valid for 10 days. How many days is the tournament usually held over?
Thank you for the question. They've been as short as 3 days, as long up to 5 so far. They haven't expressed any interest in going out further than 10 days at this time. When I came up with the idea for the 10-day period, they said that was they could definitely have the tournament within that time frame and still have a successful event.
I could see Fish and Game having a problem with people being able to potentially fish longer than the tournament if it's a tournament license. So would you be open to amending the language to say that the license is only valid for 5 days, and that way it covers the 5-day tournaments, or something more flexible that says the license is only valid for the length of the tournament, and that allows you to expand or contract the length of the tournament, which I assume has to go through Fish and Game for approval and everything anyway, or at least some authority to make sure that everything's approved for the tournament.
I would be more than willing to work with that. I've worked with Fish and Game so far to help craft this language, so if that's something that they're interested in, I like the length of the tournament language that you have. That I think that offers flexibility on both sides. I'd be more than happy to submit that amendment.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Ouellette.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. My question is, the fees that you're going to charge, are they per boat or per fisherman?
Thank you for the question. The fees as they are currently statute are per boat, and I intend to keep that structure moving forward. So the tournament fee would be per vessel.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today and for
Thank you so
taking
much.
our suggestion. The chair will now recognize Melissa Nemeth from Fish and Game.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Melissa Nemeth, here the legislative and legal liaison for the Fish and Game Department. And as the prime sponsor indicated, he has been working with the department on some language and trying to get something where there was a mutual agreement. But at this point in time, the commission's position on this is in opposition. It primarily having to do with the financial impacts that would come along with this kind of license. As everyone is well aware, Fish and Game is a self-funded agency, and any additional costs that would come to the agency without corresponding revenue are something that would be very difficult for the agency to absorb. The fishing license that has been talked about already is the non-resident commercial saltwater license, and that's a $500 fee annually, and that is for any species. It could be, a variety. A fisherman could want to fish for a variety of different species, that would cover it. They wouldn't have to get a separate license. And on average, New Hampshire has been issuing about 16 non-resident fishing licenses. So at $500 a piece, that is $8,000 annually for folks that indicate that tuna is the species that they are fishing for. What is not captured on there is whether they are fishing in a tournament or not. But this is the license that gives, people are permitted to do this right now with this type of license. The bill would establish this new license limited just for the tournament, and in order to implement that, there is a lot that goes into it from database processing and creating a new license type, administrative costs for licensing, the business division and the marine division. Additionally, there's a requirement that the organization running the tournament be a nonprofit, and the department would need to develop a procedure for being able to verify that the agency was a nonprofit agency as it was reporting. In Maine, there is a similar license type to this tuna tournament license, not the license that is already existing in New Hampshire, but the tuna tournament license. And it appears that the highest number of licenses sold in any of the past 3 years for that was 12 licenses in 2025, which is lower than the amount of non-resident marine commercial saltwater licenses than New Hampshire sells already. And as I said, the primary concern is that this would result in costs to the agency without corresponding revenue. And the final concern that the commission had is with the effective date being January 1st, likely would not give enough time to go through the rulemaking process that would be required and the database additions to be completed.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I have one myself. One of the problems I always have with fiscal notes is that they seem to be quite narrow-sighted. They're very easy to capture what you lose because of a change, but it doesn't capture increased revenue from potential increased interest in the license over the extended period of time. We saw that in the past when I was proposing to put crossbows into muzzleloader season, for example, and the commission came out and opposed it because it would cost more money to try to set up the program. But that setup tends to be a one-time cost, and the license revenues then are perpetual as people gain interest and become knowledgeable, so that over the long term tends to be a net positive for license sales. And where we're constantly pushing for more license sales, did the commission take into account future growth and possible interest of parties that aren't participating in the tuna tournament from out of state now that would be attracted to it should the alternative license be available?
to be honest with you, I was not here yet when that commission meeting happened and the vote was taken on this, so I do not have the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Rep. Harvey's quiet today. Okay, seeing none, is there anybody who has not handed in a pink card that wishes to speak on this topic? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on HB 1833. And we are early to start HB 1045, so we're going to take a break. And if anybody on the committee has not signed in for your mileage, the kiosks, I believe, are in the speaker's office, and then down in the basement by security, those are the ones I know about. Feel free to sign in. 2-minute warning.
Good. Which bill is this? Okay.
Okay, it is 10:45, and without any further ado, I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1045 and recognize the prime sponsor, Donald McFarlane. Representative McFarlane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McFarlane, Grafton 18, are here to introduce HB 1045, which is a bill about clarity, fairness, and enforceability. New Hampshire law properly prohibits illegal night hunting. HB 1045 does not weaken that prohibition, it keeps the core rule intact. Using artificial lights at night to locate or take wildlife while armed remains illegal, unless expressly authorized by Fish and Game rules. What this bill does is to separate poaching from ordinary lawful nighttime activity. And I want to be clear, our conservation officers are professionals and they already exercise sound discretion in the field. But good officers should not have to rely on discretion to compensate for poorly drafted statutory presumptions. Current law includes a presumption of guilt based largely on possession rather than conduct, and that is a fragile way to write criminal law. It produces ambiguity for citizens and for officers alike. Consider a simple everyday example. A driver is traveling a rural road at night. A deer steps into the roadway, or a moose appears in the beam of the headlights. An owl drops low across the roof of the car, across the road. The wildlife has been illuminated, but not intentionally, not to locate game and not to hunt. And it's the unavoidable result of normal driving, and it's often a matter of public safety. If headlights plus a deer equal illegal night hunting, then half of Coos County and Grafton County would be guilty every fall. This bill makes explicit what everyone already understands. There are normal activities, normal vehicle lighting, incidental illumination, and legitimate nighttime activity, and they are not crimes, and they should not be written up as such. The bill protects farmers checking livestock, it protects landowners inspecting property, utility and forestry crews doing their jobs, and ordinary citizens lawfully present on their land. And at the same time, it preserves Fish and Game's full authority to regulate actual hunting and to prosecute real night poaching. Nothing in this bill legalizes hunting with lights, and it simply restores the focus to intent and to conduct where it belongs. And I also would point out that one of the other corrections we're making in this bill is to acknowledge that there are circumstances, as I said earlier, that are provided for by Fish and Game rules, which were not previously acknowledged in this section of our statute. So clear laws are fair laws, they protect the public, and they support consistent, defensible enforcement, and I respectfully would ask you to support this bill. It ought to pass. I'm happy to yield to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative, you're acknowledged.
Are we trying to fix something? Did something happen? I mean, why today?
So we are trying to fix several things, as I just outlined. I would say, first of all, if you look at the page 1, lines 5 and 6, I have a modification to the statute here which allows for Fish and Game rules adopted in accordance with RSA 2081E to be not contrary to this statute. At the moment, they are in conflict. If you have rules that enable coyote hunting, then this would be something that could be used against you. And more generally, as I just outlined, I am looking to make it so that our citizens know where the lines are. They do not have to assume that it's all going to be subject to the discretion and the whim of the Fish and Game officers, no matter how good those officers may be.
Follow up? All done. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll throw one out there myself, just because I'm looking at the title, obviously. It looks like the title is wrong again, because the title that OLS gave it says relative to hunting with lights at night, and it seems like what you're doing is talking about use of lights at night when not hunting, except in certain circumstances where lights are already allowed for hunting by Fish and Game regulations. Is that correct?
That is very much correct, Mr. Chairman, and regrettably, I don't have a great deal to say over what titles OLS puts on bills.
Understood. We see that a lot. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Chair will now recognize Carol Foss, representing New Hampshire Audubon, and if you could let me know whether you're in support or opposition. You didn't check one of those two boxes, and I'll check it for you.
I didn't check it because we are neutral on the bill itself.
No position. Okay, I'll just write that on the card. Thank you.
That said, while you're clarifying things, I'd like to suggest that you also include.
Could you speak into the mic a little better? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes,
Okay.
that's much better.
Sorry. I'd just like to suggest that you also include the rules associated with RSA 21429, which covers research and education activities permitted by Fish and Game, just to kind of
Can you
put that-
repeat that RSA?
21429. I have written testimony with the language, so
Thank you so much.
just,
Do you have enough copies for the entire committee, plus maybe one to the prime sponsor so he can look at that? If not, we'll get copies made, no problem. Do you want to take any questions if we have any? I have to ask.
sure.
Does anybody on the committee have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Chair will now recognize Colonel Kevin Jordan from Fish and Game.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Can you all hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me. This is important. The two bills that we're testifying on today are extremely important. Illegal night hunting today is a misdemeanor level offense, meaning it can involve much higher penalties to include the possibility of jail time to be served for people who commit it. It is certainly one of the more dangerous practices. I want to explain to you that this involves the use of lights and the discharge of a firearm under the cover of darkness. And that's why I believe the legislature put this as a misdemeanor level offense. Imagine for a moment sitting in your living room at night with your family and having someone discharge a rifle in the field beside your home. That has happened to a number of New Hampshire residents, and I have had the displeasure, I guess, of interviewing those folks once we've made a case. It's a frightening experience. I want to be very clear and tell you that night hunting is alive and well in New Hampshire. This past year, these young officers made more cases of night hunting than I've seen in my the last 10 years. This is not the time to water down this bill. And that is what this suggested change is going to do. It's actually going to, if you look at it and think like someone who is going to poach, it's going to give them alibis of why they're out there doing what they're doing. That's one of the biggest concerns that we have. The mere operation of a motor vehicle, the prime sponsor is absolutely correct in a couple of things that he said. The mere operation of a motor vehicle on a public roadway with forward-facing headlights in a manner consistent with normal driving behavior is not a violation of this statute. So it only becomes a violation if someone were to illuminate deer for an instant in an effort to take it. And I can give you 100 examples of that. So we're sitting in a field, which is what we typically do, under the cover of darkness, watching a field that may or may not have deer in it. A car comes down the road going in a slow fashion because these are normally on back roads. They spot a deer that comes down into the road. The driver stops, may have his kids with him. He wants the kids to look at the deer. We don't take any action at that point. He hasn't committed any offense. He has no control over the animal stepping in front of him. As long as when that deer steps off, he continues his drive, we're not going to have a problem. When we're going to have a problem is when he takes an overt act to follow the deer, to chase it into the field, to pull a gun out of the window. That's when these elements kick in. The prime sponsor mentions, I'll give you another great example, and this has happened to me numerous times. Sitting in a field with a bar gap at the bottom of the field. I'm looking down onto the bar gap. Car comes into the field, pulls into that bar gap and stops. There's no deer illuminated, but he stops in the field. Now he's not driving in a normal fashion. He's turned off the road, he's now sitting in the field. He backs up and he changes direction. Is that an offense? No, it's not an offense. That's a driver who turned around. If he drives into the field and a spotlight comes out, that is an offense. That's someone who's attempting to eliminate a deer. This is where officer discretion comes in. Eversource, I can assure you, Eversource line companies are not getting charged with the illegal night hunting. If they're out checking their transmission lines at night, we certainly are aware of that. Police officers, I don't know how many times I've seen police cruisers coming down a road, checking in a field or checking a camp up in the back, and they'll light it up with a light. Again, not an offense. We're looking for an overt act to take a deer, and they're very clear when they do it. Those charges are not being made. We cannot, unfortunately, I would be here in firm support if we could bulletproof all of our laws. If we could write all of our laws in such a manner to cover every single circumstance in the field so that I never have to worry about an officer making a mistake, that would be outstanding. I don't know of a law that we've been able to do that with. It just is impossible to do it. We have to rely on officers' discretion. As I tell my superiors on occasion, we give them a gun, ladies and gentlemen. They have the ability to take someone's life. We give them that authority. And so we've got to be able to rely on them to make the correct decision on officer discretion when they're making these cases. The other remedy for this, ladies and gentlemen, is a court. So if you were to make a case and you made a weak case, or you did something during the investigation of this case, and you're bringing an innocent person to court, that's what we have the court systems for. You have to prove these cases beyond a reasonable doubt. And I can tell you from personal experience, you have to be able to articulate everything that individual did that made you convinced you that they were actually engaged in the act of night hunting. The other thing this bill does, I've seen this year in the legislature several attempts to enable a landowner to circumvent the law. That's a slippery slope. That's a dangerous practice. So a landowner can give permission for someone, the way this bill is written, to shine their property, to use a light on their property, for whatever reason, to protect their livestock was the reason given, to inspect their properties, which I don't really understand why you would do that at 10 o'clock at night. But we're giving people the authority to circumvent a misdemeanor crime. I don't think that's a smart thing to do. I think it should be expected that everyone, no matter you're a landowner or not a landowner, we're all going to follow the laws. Again, night hunting is a serious case. It has been decided in the law as it was written in the 50s, and I think it's also very important to make you understand this law has been on the book for 80 years. 8 decades we've had this law. I am firmly convinced if it was a flawed piece of legislation, we certainly would have had it fixed by now. It was appealed, State v. Placey, 1933, a 1990 case, went all the way to the New Hampshire Supreme Court, where all of these arguments were discussed, and it was upheld in the court to be constitutional. That's an important court case because it decided a lot of the things that you just heard. So I would urge you, this is not the time to do this. This is a dangerous practice. I'm not looking for ways to give people alibis for why they'd be out there. There's no reason to use spotlights or alley lights for normal driving. You have headlights for that. We have to rely on officer discretion. We do it daily in all of our laws, and I would urge you to keep this law on the book. It's an important statute for us. It's an important statute for our constituents, and it's certainly important for the preservation and conservation of wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Are there any questions? Representative Harvey.
So is it a problem too, if somebody shines their light in order to illuminate an animal that they plan to take? Does the glare from that light also cut down on what's around the area so
Yes.
that it would possibly be dangerous to discharge your firearm at that point because you don't know if you're too close to a house or a shed or whatever? Am I correct in that assumption?
You are correct. In fact, numerous times when I've been sitting in the fields at 2 or 3 in the morning, I've seen a deer lit up with a camp in the background. The camp owner is in bed. It's the middle of the night, so the lights are out, and the person shining that field is probably not aware of that. You're discharging a firearm that has a projectile that could travel great distances, and you're doing it without being able to see much more than 50 yards for what that light is shining for you. So it's incredibly dangerous practice. The other thing this bill did that was concerning to me is it struck the language of if someone were to shine a field, someone were to come along with a spotlight in the fall and light up a field, and they also had in their possession at the time that they're doing this a loaded firearm or a firearm with ammunition to fit it, that qualifies them for night hunting under the statute. Most of the officers in the state will not take them for night hunting in those circumstances. They will take them for illegal use of a light. However, it's an important piece that's in that bill, and the reason that's in there is the legislature has done this on many different occasions. They've done it with burglary tools. They've done it with a lot of different laws where they are trying to prevent a serious crime from occurring. It's written in a way so that you don't have to wait for that shot to ring out into the field, that you can take action and prevent that from happening because the risk is greater than the reward. And so those presumption cases are clearly defined in RSA 627(7), where it defines the level of proof in a courtroom. It's used all the time by the defense to put up a defense, and you have to go in and prove beyond all reasonable doubt that the person that you arrested was out there with the intention of shooting a deer at night. And again, that's what we have our courts for.
Follow up.
How many cases have you had that have ended up in the court system because the person disagreed with the discretion of the officer, and how many of those were dismissed?
I, in 36 years, have never lost a night hunting case, personally. I don't know of many that we have lost, to be honest with you. We win far more. I think we're really careful on how we do that. We have actual training classes for officers on what constitutes night hunting and what doesn't. You know, I don't know how many times that I have approached a family in a field, saw a vehicle drive out into a field after seeing a deer cross the road. And you get to that vehicle thinking that you're chasing down a potentially evil night hunter, and you get there and you got a guy and his wife and these 3 kids because he wanted his kids to see the deer. That's where that discretion piece is so important. So you tell the father, listen, I get it. I know that you wanted to show the kids the deer, but this is illegal. It's illegal for these reasons, and you can't do that. And they back out of the field and go on. It's not an automatic arrest. In that case, I'm convinced would be blown out of court if you brought it in there.
Thank you.
As it should.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel, for taking
Yes,
my
sir.
question. You talked about the dangers of night hunting, how it's highly hazardous to, I guess, the general public, but my question is, isn't it true that night hunting is allowed for coyote starting January 1 for 3 or 4 months going forward? So I just see that as a contradiction in the danger.
Yep, that's a great question. It is a contradiction. The big difference is when you're setting up to coyote hunt, you're doing that in the daytime. You're picking a location, you're probably putting out bait, so you're probably pretty aware of your background, as opposed to I'm cruising down a back road, I see a deer in a field, I turn into the field and I take the chance that there's nothing behind there. There's a big difference between the two. That's a great question. You're pre-selecting because you have to file the permit, so you have to pre-select your location for night hunting a coyote. You don't pre-select for night hunting. You're driving down the road and you're taking them wherever they happen to be.
Representative Tudor?
So, I live in a very rural area. Many a time at night, my dogs will be out in the pen barking, and I'll go out with a flashlight, and I may find a bear in the backyard or a deer in the backyard. Am I breaking the law?
You're not, because your goal is not, you're not going out there with the intent of taking an animal at night. You're going out there because you're hearing a disturbance. Again, I've seen that where we've been in a farmer's field and watched him come out at night or hit his spotlights because he heard a disturbance in the field. And no, you are not breaking the law at that. The intent has to be that you are intending to take a deer. You're committed an overt act to take an animal.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
So, if that animal or bear, say, was attacking my dog, would I be legal to protect the dog?
You would be legal to protect your property, absolutely. And that happens quite a bit with a bear. That happens quite a bit. Again, a whole different set of circumstances. That's why it's so difficult to bulletproof a law, because you got all these different scenarios that can occur. You have to rely on officer discretion and good court systems.
I had the same question, so I just want to double clarify.
Yes.
Assume a scenario where I hear a disturbance in my hen house outside, and I take a spotlight and my gun,
Yep.
and I spot on a coyote or a fox or a fisher or even a bobcat that's inside the coop,
Yep.
or beyond my electric fence and trying to access the coop, and the chickens are going nuts. I have not broken the law if I shoot that animal while I'm spotting it in my yard?
No, if you have the right, New Hampshire, and this is something I'd fully support, New Hampshire has the right for landowners to protect their livestock and property. The animal has to be engaged in doing actual and physical damage. Can't be just passing through. It's got to be in your hen house. Would be a great way to cinch that, if you will. Passing in the field, maybe not, but doing actual substantial damage, you have every right to protect your property.
And molesting the chickens would be considered that?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who wants to testify on this bill that has not yet done so? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on HB 1045. Next one, right? You'll need to do it from there, I guess, if you want. I'm going to turn a card in, but I don't have it here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am introducing this bill on behalf of Representative Alexander because he's not able to be here. He's in an exec session all day. However, I did speak with the representative before he even submitted the bill, and I did have also corresponding conversations with Colonel Jordan on this before we even decided it was something that was worth pursuing. I can tell you that the whole entire point of this is that the way that the law is written right now for allowing somebody who's disabled to be able to use motorized mobility aspects while they're hunting is a little restrictive. It basically currently says you have to be a quadriplegic or paraplegic or have lost both your legs in order to use mobility equipment. And we do have a constituent of Representative Alexander's who reached out to him, who's got one leg, but not both, and does have mobility issues, and would like to be able to ask the discretion of the director of the department to get a permit to use a mobility device while hunting. And I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to ask for when somebody's missing a leg. I certainly think I would have a harder time going through the woods hunting with only one leg. I've done so in the past when I tore an ACL and had to put off my hunting basically for that entire year because I couldn't navigate the woods with both legs and a cane. So I think that to ask somebody to have the ability to ask the director's discretion and get a special permit so that they can hunt on a mobility issue, a mobility device when they have an issue with their mobility is not too far of a stretch. I don't think it's a slippery slope because we're talking specifically about people who have essentially lost a limb, not somebody who's just got a hangnail or a cramp. And so I would ask you to pass the bill. And I can take some questions if anybody's got one, but I'm not the prime sponsor, and I'll just let you know that.
Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I hear you say that our law at the current time is restrictive, and I'm not sure that I disagree with that at all. And I hear you say that, well, it's not for people with hangnails. However, the wording, though, suggests otherwise, I think. So I'm wondering if a possible amendment might be forthcoming, because the wording says, or who has any other physical disability. Now, it could be a broken wrist or a sprained finger, any other. So I'm a little concerned about.
I agree with that, and I would tell you that I think the prime sponsor agrees with that too. He's been discussing this bill, and he said he was willing to bring an amendment forward before we exec it that narrows that classification down even further. I think that perhaps his intent and what we discussed was specifically the case of where somebody's missing one leg, not two. His intent was to try to make sure he captured the ability for constituents who were in that situation to be able to still request that the director make a discretionary decision on that. And I think that what was captured potentially by the drafting in OLS was not narrow enough in scope.
Who am I asking?
Representative Harvey, follow up.
Oh. I don't know where it echoes so much. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. It echoes so much I can't tell where the sound is coming from. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the follow-up. I'm also concerned with the language in line 2, suffering from paraplegia and disabled person.
That's in the current law. That is actually the way it reads right now. It only allows a disabled person who has paraplegia or is suffering from the loss or the loss of the use of both lower extremities. So in that instance, somebody who's missing just one leg doesn't qualify, and yet I would have a very hard time hunting, and I hunt all the time, and I'm not bad in the woods, and I've done competition archery in the woods, but to try to navigate up and down the hills in New Hampshire with one leg, that's a pretty difficult thing to ask.
Right, but I didn't get to ask my question, I'm sorry. I understand it's in the law because it's not italicized and so forth. However, I'm wondering when Representative Alexander submits his amendment, if he might also be willing to amend those words, which are rather derogatory words and not the way we refer to the disabled community in today's world. They were probably very appropriate at the time, but not so much now. So I'm wondering if he might think about that.
I would bet he's very open to that, and I would suggest emailing him and directly and telling him that this is something that we would like to see in the amendment. And I can take care of that myself, but I think that coming from you, you might be able to suggest language that would be more appropriate in your eyes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm supposed to do that, or you're going to do that?
I can do it, but I think that if you wrote him, you might be able to offer an alternative language that was more appropriate in your eyes.
Since my first question wasn't answered.
Follow up.
Okay, this is really the follow-up. perhaps we could both do that?
That would be fine.
I have a question. Do you think it was the intent of the prime sponsor of this bill, where it says should not apply to disabled persons, in which your bill is looking for exceptions for disabled people? Do you think it includes or would include other people with other disabilities? My thoughts are someone with a severe heart issue.
It's possible. I'm not sure how extensive the prime sponsor wanted to try to capture. I know specifically the instance that was brought to him was someone who had a mobility issue without having lost both legs or the use of both legs or having paraplegia. So it very well could apply to somebody else, and I fully trust our director to be able to make those kind of discretionary decisions. I know that there are other exemptions we give people when they request them for certain things, such as when we used to have crossbow requirement, and a doctor's note would give the director discretion to give somebody a crossbow. So, I mean, if we in fact wanted to have the prime sponsor include that the doctor had to rule on this, I think that he'd be open to that as well.
Do we have any other questions? Representative Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So, in this proposal, what is going to stop a hunter with disabilities from traveling in the vehicle from field to field, you know, looking and shooting from the vehicle itself?
It's technically illegal. I'm sure that somebody from Fish and Game will tell you more about that, but if they don't have paraplegia or loss of both extremities or loss of use of both extremities currently, if they are traveling to and from the field in the vehicle and they shoot from that vehicle, they're breaking the law. They have to get out and not be in the vehicle. And I think that the way it's written, it does not include a lot of the new technology that's come along with off-road wheelchairs. So the simple use of using an off-road wheelchair that has tracks instead of wheels and is able to do that type of thing would also be prohibited. It's considered an off-road device.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, for testimony will be Jeff Hussey. If you'd like to step up to the microphone, sir.
Good morning. Never done this before, so I don't know how to start, but I'm for the handicap hunting from an automobile. Being my condition, my leg's getting amputated March 3rd, and it's going to be difficult to go in and out of the woods with guns and equipment and stuff with crutches and so on and so forth. So that's why I'm for this bill.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for Mr. Hussey? Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Kyle Baker and Mark Close.
Good morning, Kyle Baker here for the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. New Hampshire Wildlife Federation supports this bill, and the spirit of this bill is increasing accessibility and access in the outdoors. I brought with me Mark Close. Mark Close runs the New Hampshire Wildlife Dream Hunt program. If you're not familiar with it, he can tell you a little bit more about the program, and why increasing flexibility for adaptations to get these kids out in the woods to have an opportunity to hunt is incredibly important.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me today, and to all the committee members. My name is Mark Close. I'm the Vice President of the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation Dream Hunts. Dream Hunts, if you're not familiar, is a program where we offer hunters up to the age of 21 that have some type of terminal illness or severity of injury allowed to hunt in the state of New Hampshire with our partners with the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department. We offer moose hunting, deer hunting, bear hunting, turkey, and fishing. This is vitally important for us is because we've had some candidates in the past that have had the track wheelchair. We had one candidate that we got him outside, and the track out in the woods, and the track actually the battery died and needed to be carried out of the woods. The Dream Hunt is made up of all volunteers. We give up our time to service these children, and you know, that was a tough adventure for the guys getting that wheelchair and the safety of that child out of the woods. We want these kids to be out there. We want them to enjoy the New Hampshire outdoors, and we want to make it accessible for them.
Would you mind taking any questions?
Sure.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Great, thank you. Have a great day.
Next to testify will be Melissa Nemeth from New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Melissa Nemeth, Legal and Legislative Liaison for Fish and Game Department. I have been in correspondence with Representative Alexander, and I understand in speaking with him that he may be bringing an amendment forward, and from hearing the testimony earlier today, and we'd certainly be happy to work with him on that. We do have some concerns with the bill as it is written that I will get into in a moment, but the primary area that I've been working with Representative Alexander on was perhaps crafting the bill to allow for the loss of use of one lower extremity, where now it requires a loss of two, so that folks like his constituent would be able to hunt under the law. The reason for the concerns with the bill as written are primarily that it allows the discretion of the executive director, and that would not provide any clear objective eligibility standards. And without those kinds of criteria, applicants aren't going to know in advance whether they have something that will, a disability that will qualify them for getting this permit. It's hard when one official is giving broad discretion without any statutory guidelines as to how they can go about making that decision if someone qualifies for that permit, and that can cause inconsistencies or unequal application. It can be inconsistent among administrations, or even maybe unintentionally by one administrator. There could be inconsistent application from case to case, which certainly would be something that we wouldn't want to have happen. Folks that have disabilities and are applying for a permit like this shouldn't have to rely on the personal judgment of one person to access statutory accommodation. If the standards are more objective, therefore that creates more transparency, and if there's discretion without that criteria, again, it makes it difficult for people to understand why perhaps one person was approved and one person was not approved. You know, folks, we're hoping to make this easier for individuals with disabilities, not more difficult. That's, if they have a disability, it's likely that they have trouble accessing they come up against a lot of barriers in their daily life, and we don't want to create another barrier. So having to kind of prove this to one decision maker and leaving it to their discretion probably isn't as helpful to these folks as we would like it to be. So to summarize, we're not in support of the bill as written. Very happy to continue to work with the sponsor to see if there's something that we can come to an agreement on that would address the concerns of this particular constituent.
Thank you. Will you take questions?
Yes, I will.
Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are there other things, for lack of a better word, that the director has sole discretion to decide for Fish and Game, for instance, maybe when a license has to be taken away or whatever. I hear what you're saying, that allowing one person to have sole discretion could possibly lead to variables, but are there other things that our director is allowed to decide?
I would actually like to defer to the Colonel to respond to that question if possible, so I don't know if we want to take others that I can respond to. He has not put in a pink card yet, but he'd be happy to address that question.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Do you feel, and this may have kind of dovetailed into Rep. Harvey's question, but is there any chance that the executive director might run afoul of the Americans with Disabilities Act by either disallowing or allowing somebody and having that level of discretion and opening the state up to a potential lawsuit?
I would have to look into that and get back to you. I don't have an answer off the top of my head for that.
Representative DeVito.
Thank you so much for taking my question. If the potential hunter had a doctor's note, would that clarify the director's discretion?
Not in the bill as it's currently written, I don't believe, and it's still, I think that is something that could be worked on in an amendment, and the language may be crafted to support that, to give the director a little more assistance, but I think it would have to be crafted very carefully, and if that would be required, then that may reduce the need for there to be also language that would be at her discretion, if it was more clear what that doctor's note would need to verify.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Colonel Jordan.
Yes, so the commission did vote to oppose it, but they opposed it basically because of the way it was written. We're not opposed to the concept of it. There is a need for it, I believe. I think, I've been here long enough, so I remember the way the law used to be written. It was very open, and we were not consistent with how we decided whether someone could hunt from a motor vehicle. And by the way, Representative Harvey, two questions. One is, in the law, it further states, if you read that law, that they cannot have a loaded firearm while the vehicle's moving. And we also have a law that states that you can't hunt from a motor vehicle with the exception of this permit. So that's clearly defined, so they understand they have to be stopped when they're doing this. We don't have a lot of people that take advantage of it, but I think it is important to have it for the circumstances you heard earlier. So we are concerned a bit with the discretionary part because I have experienced with 5 different directors, there's different levels of discretion. They all have, just like me, they all have a different opinion. And I think it's important that we're consistent, and it's difficult to be consistent with these types of injuries because we're not medical doctors. And so to answer your question, the director does have discretion with other things. License suspensions would be one of those. The law allows her, the rule allows her, or a sitting director, to use discretion on reducing a license suspension, and how I've worked for 4 different directors that I sat on license hearings with. They all did it a little differently. This particular director is a tough one, frankly. I don't think she'd mind me saying that. So she is less likely to give someone a break. You have to actually prove your case, why this individual deserves it. If she feels you've met the burden of proof, she will do it, but she's not as likely to do it as, say, Scott Mason would be. Scott was a little more forgiving, and I didn't have to work as hard to get someone a break. I have to work a little harder with this director, but there's nothing wrong with that. She wants you to prove it. There aren't a lot of other things that she has discretion, complete discretion on. So we try, and she actually was the person, I believe, at the department that really didn't want that, because she felt that each director would be a little different. She does want to be able to, she wants to be able to allow, I think our commission does too, to allow people with disabilities to hunt. We want them to get out there and hunt. We felt that putting language in there, the loss of the use of the lower limb or leg would give them that ability. You also bring up a good point about any disability. It could be a hearing disability. It could be a finger disability. There's a number of things that could factor in there. So spelling it out in law is, I think, safer, in my opinion. And we would gladly work with the prime sponsor. Melissa's been trying to do that, and he's been very cooperative to try and write something that works for everybody.
Thank you. Will you take questions?
Yes.
Any questions for Colonel Jordan? Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I don't want to make any comment or suggestion that would actually muddy the waters even further. But are there any times when the director has discretion with consultation with the commissioners, or would that just open it up to, 11 different ideas of what?
That's exactly what that would likely do. She's very careful. The commission and the director have been, as you know, from attending the meetings, discussing consultation and or approval. And that would make it a bit more complicated. I don't know that the commission would be interested in becoming involved in that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Colonel Jordan?
I want to be clear that we do want to change this so that we can allow people with disabilities to hunt. We are all in favor of that. We just need to do it carefully, I think.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this topic? Yes, Bill. Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Colonel Jordan, for
Yes,
taking my question. Colonel Jordan, this subject, as you know, that in our society, we accommodate, last 25, 30 years, we accommodate every possible way. Before I ask you my question, I just want to inform you or my committee that in Seabrook, my district, 15 years ago, we made a disabled fishing experience at the Harborside Park that any disabled person can go in their wheelchair to have fishing experience. It was a laughing matter at that time, but it's working every day for anybody who wants to come, no question asked. This is kind of very important bill for me. If we can work on it, to see that something happens. We are accommodating them for every aspect of the way. Do you agree with me?
I would agree with you completely, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Seeing no more cards, I will pass the gavel back to Chairman Spillane.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing on this bill as well. 11:40 is closed. We will now take a break for lunch. Our next bill is scheduled for 12:30. We will probably start around 12:30, depending on how long it takes to get some lunch, but it'll happen fairly soon. And I don't expect that bill's going to be a long one, so we'll be able to start our CACR on time, I think. Breaking now, be back around 12:30, please. Thank you.
we'll come out of our recess and start the continuation of our agenda for today, and we'll start with HB 1199. Hearing on a proposed non-germane amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here to introduce an amendment that was requested by the department. HB 1199 non-germane amendment is an amendment to the current HB 1199 that we just heard last week, with an amendment to it to just clarify some language. But this non-germane amendment actually is to allow Fish and Game to modernize their licensing system. And in order to do so, they want to be able to tap into some of the funds that are held in escrow essentially for lifetime licenses, and be able to draw slightly more out of that than they do on a normal annualized basis, where they essentially get paid an annuity for all those license sales that have taken place since, I guess, we were throwing rocks at deer and getting lifetime licenses for that. And so all of that money doesn't get dispersed all at once. It gets held in a trust, and then it gets dispersed on periodic amounts every year. And in order to modernize our licensing system so that they can make everything more cheap to produce those licenses, we need to be able to draw slightly more funds out of that. I'm sure the department will have a better explanation than that, but this non-germane amendment to the bill turns it into an early bill, so we need to be able to hear it and exec it today so that we can make sure that Fish and Game has this ability and it goes to finance where they can further assess the actual financial aspect of it.
Thank you. Will you take any questions?
I will. I may defer them because I may not know the answer.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we'd like to have Melissa Nemeth, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Melissa Nemeth, Legal and Legislative Liaison for the Department of Fish and Game. The department would like to thank the sponsor for bringing this forward on our behalf. As he said, this would allow the department to have $600,000 be credited from the prepaid license fund in fiscal years 27 and 28, while also maintaining a minimum balance of $1 million in that account. The allocation of these $600,000 would enable the department to invest in a new customer relationship management system, which would then strengthen the customer experience, drive revenue growth, and improve operational efficiency across the department. It would also provide a $50,000 annual appropriation beginning in fiscal year 2029 to ensure ongoing modernization. There are some limitations on what the funding can be used for, which would be improving business operations technology and license sales and distribution systems, enhancing the digital and operational infrastructure, and advancing public education and engagement through technology-enabled outreach. So through these limitations, it would ensure that every dollar is directly supporting efficiency, accessibility, long-term sustainability, and helping strengthen the department's financial footing. There is one other part of this non-germane amendment that makes a slight adjustment to the discounted lifetime license for infants. It currently says that they could be purchased before the day of the child turns 1. What has happened on a few occasions is families will come in on the child's first birthday intending to purchase a newborn license, and they're unable to do so with the language of the current bill, of the current law. So this bill would make a slight adjustment to allow that to be purchased up through the day of the child's first birthday.
Thank you. Will you take questions?
Yes.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. That will conclude our hearing on HB 1199, and I'll pass the gavel back to Chairman Spillane.
Thank you. This is just to clarify, we're closing the public hearing part of 1199's non-germane amendment, and I have a request to go into executive session right now. Is everybody okay with that on the committee? If I have any objections, I will take them up. I see none. We're going to move into executive session on the non-germane amendment for 1199 and actually the entire bill of HB 1199 because we have to do all of this together. The first motion will be on 1199 itself, and you'll remember that we had an amendment we heard last week that fixed some language. So we're going to be taking up 2 amendments plus the bill at this time. Do I have a motion on HB 1199 from Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move HB 1199 ought to pass.
And a second from Representative Ouellette?
I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on HB 1199 at this time? Well, the bill is now open and open to further amendment. We're going to look at amendment. Madam Clerk, could you tell me what that amendment number is? I forget that number.
Amendment number 0347.
Thank you. This is the typographical corrections that we had heard last week. That is going to be offered to the floor right now. Do I have a motion on that amendment, Representative Khan?
Yes.
You move OTP on that?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Harvey, do you have a second for that?
I second the motion.
Thank you. That amendment has now been moved and seconded. It's open for discussion. If there's no discussion, we're going to ask the clerk to take a vote. The clerk may call the roll.
This is on Bill HB 1199 in reference to Amendment 2026-0347H. Vice Chairman Ouellette,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Tudor,
Yes.
Representative Aldrich,
Yes.
Representative Durkin,
Yes.
Representative DeVito, yes. Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Jacobs,
Yes.
Representative O'Rourke, yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
and Chairman Spillane,
Yes.
14 yeses, 0 nos.
The bill is now open to further amendment, and we will take up the non-germane amendment that we just heard. Do we have a motion on that amendment? Representative Harvey.
I move ought to pass.
Thank you so much. Do we have a second on that?
I second.
Representative Tudor seconds. It's now open for discussion. Does anyone have any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk may call the roll.
This is in reference to Bill HB 1199 regarding Amendment 2026-0340H. Vice Chairman Ouellette,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Tudor,
Yes.
Representative Aldrich,
Yes.
Representative Durkin,
Yes.
Representative DeVito, yes. Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Jacobs,
Yes.
Representative O'Rourke, yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
and Chairman Spillane.
Yes.
14 yeses, 0 nos.
The amendment passes, and we're now on to, with no further amendments pending, we are on to a motion for the actual bill as amended. Do we have a motion on the bill as amended?
I will make that motion.
The Representative DeVito moves ought to pass. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Representative Aldrich. The bill is now open for discussion. Is there anybody wants to discuss the bill as amended? Seeing none, the clerk may call the roll.
This is on Bill 1199 with a motion of ought to pass with amendment. Vice Chairman Ouellette,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Tudor,
Yes.
Representative Aldrich,
Yes.
Representative Durkin,
Yes.
Representative DeVito, yes. Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
Yes.
Representative Jacobs,
Yes.
Representative O'Rourke, yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Chairman Spillane,
Yes.
14 yeses, 0 nos.
Move consent.
Consent's been moved. Any objections? This will be on consent. Motion was made by Representative DeVito. She will write the majority report. Due by the end of the day, please. I will now close the executive session on HB 1199, and we will open the public hearing on CACR 15. The chair recognizes Representative McFarlane, who is introducing the bill for the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Donald McFarlane. I appear before you to introduce this bill. The testimony represents the views and interests of my constituents whom I serve in the towns of Alexandria, Bridgewater, Bristol, Canaan, Dorchester, Enfield, Grafton, Groton, Hebron, and Orange, and is not made on behalf of any private employer, nor should it be construed to represent the views of any of my employers. Back to the resolution. This resolution honors our state's heritage, and it may be framed as cultural or symbolic, but at its core, it's about how New Hampshire pays for conservation and to protect our natural environment. New Hampshire Fish and Game operates on a model that most states envy. About 98% of its funding comes from users, not taxpayers. The department's over $35 million budget is driven by hunting and fishing license revenue and the federal matching funds that Sportsman's Revenue unlocks under the Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson Acts. If you like conservation without new taxes, this is how you get it and this is how you keep it. Those funds do far more than support our game species. They pay for management and conservation of more than 400 species, including endangered and non-game wildlife. They fund our state wildlife action plan, conservation officers, and search and rescue operations that serve everyone who uses the outdoors. Hunting licenses fund far more than hunting. If a future legislature were to undermine or dismantle regulated hunting and fishing, the immediate consequence would not be philosophical, it would be financial. The user pay system could collapse, and at that point, taxpayers would either pick up the bill or conservation programs would shrink and disappear. End the system and the bill doesn't vanish, it gets mailed to the taxpayer. CACR 15 locks in the model that works. It preserves science-based management, it respects private property, and it protects conservation from political volatility and courtroom policymaking. The amendment does not expand government power, it stabilizes a successful system, and I respectfully urge this committee to recommend the resolution as ought to pass to protect both our heritage and our state's fiscal health. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to yield to any questions that your members may have.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for listening to my question. I just want to clear up any confusion for the public. Does this amendment grant a blanket right to hunt that would override our current state licensing requirements or the bag limits set by the Fish and Game biologists?
Thank you for your question. No, the amendment explicitly states that this right is subject to laws passed by the General Court and to the rules adopted by Fish and Game. Nothing in this overrides seasons, licenses, or bag limits.
Thank you. Any further questions? I have one myself because I've had people ask me. For the many landowners in our state who do not hunt, does this amendment change their ability to post their land or restrict access under the current trespass law?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, the text is explicit. Nothing in the amendment alters trespass law, posting, eminent domain, or property rights. This amendment stops at the property line, and landowners keep every right they have today.
Thank you very much. Representative Ouellette, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Since Fish and Game is largely self-funded, what happens to the funding for endangered species and non-game wildlife if the future legislation removes the current hunting and fishing framework?
Yeah, it's a great question, and as I was saying in my testimony, if the hunting and fishing framework were dismantled, the funding disappears with it. Conservation would either require millions from the general fund or it would be sharply reduced. This system saves taxpayers real money every year.
Thank you. Any further questions? I've got another one myself I just got to throw out there because we just talked about funding. And so I'm wondering, we know that New Hampshire relies on federal matching funds that are tied to license sales. How does this amendment help secure our eligibility for those 3-to-1 to 7-to-1 federal grants?
Thank you. Yeah, the federal matching dollars, they're tied directly to license revenue, and by stabilizing that model, the amendment protects New Hampshire's access to millions in conservation funds from the federal government and from our sportsmen's dollars. License dollars unlock federal dollars, and if we lose this system, we could lose the match.
So you're saying I'm going to give myself a follow-up just so you guys down there know. You're saying that if we stopped selling licenses, a 3-to-1 to 7-to-1 match of federal dollars would suddenly disappear from this state?
I'm saying if there aren't funds to be matched with those federal funds from Dingell Johnson and from Pittman Robertson, we would stand to lose at that ratio far more than we're losing simply from the lack of license revenue. And this is a system that has worked well for us. I look forward to us maintaining this system, and I think it is appropriate to preserve it in our Constitution.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair will now call Representative Will Darby. And just so you guys know, on deck is going to be Michael Leon, followed by Sean Coughlin, so you can be prepared to go to the mic. We don't want to... by the way, I was going to put a 3-minute limit on speaking, but I don't have a big enough stack of cards to decide that, I want to limit anybody's ability to speak. But I still think that everybody appreciates you keeping that to as short as you can be. And if you've got written testimony, don't read it verbatim if you can avoid it. Give us a good meat of the written testimony and make sure you pass it in so we can get copies to everybody to read. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Spillane, honorable members of the Fish and Game.
Could you speak better into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Yes. Honorable members of the Fish and Game Marine Resources Committee. I'm Rep. Will Darby from Hillsborough 11, representing the welcoming people of Nashua Ward 8. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on CACR 15, recognizing the right to fish and hunt in New Hampshire, in the New Hampshire Constitution. At its core, this amendment is about protecting conservation and traditions in New Hampshire. Granite Staters relish the state's extensive forests, numerous lakes and rivers, and small but magnificent coastline. What makes these special is not only their natural beauty, but the abundant wildlife present. Protecting wildlife and the opportunities they provide to sportsmen and women is the reason I co-sponsor this CACR. The Fish and Game Department is the singular state organization focused on, from statute, conservation, protection, and management of wildlife populations and habitats. The committee recognizes the tenuous funding available to the department to meet this weighty goal. Hunting and fishing licenses make up the largest funding source for the department and are made much more important by the matching funds from federal funds based on these matching license sales. How is this money spent? On wildlife habitat, on inland and marine fisheries management, on public boat access, on search and rescue, on public education, such as the Discover Wild New Hampshire Day, on landowner relations to encourage public access to private lands for hiking, bird watching, in addition to fishing and hunting. This CACR also protects our heritage. Fishing and hunting have been passed down from between generations since before New Hampshire was a state. I still get excited the night before a cod trip out of Hampton Harbor or scouting on a state forest before bow season. In an age where AI is causing us to disbelieve our own eyes and ears, the surge of a largemouth bass as it breaks the water surface, or the gobble of a tom turkey on a crisp May morning are real connections to nature no screens can simulate. I have heard concerns that this amendment is about eliminating the Fish and Game Department to do away with hunting and fishing regulations altogether. The very text of the amendment belies this concern, as it explicitly calls out rules and regulations promulgated by the Fish and Game Department, cementing the role of the department in the Constitution. I have also heard concerns that the bill will allow a free-for-all where people can hunt anywhere, including neighborhoods. But this is also addressed with explicit recognition for eminent domain, trespass, and property rights. And also addressed, and others are concerned about the line about preferred means for managing wildlife. But who prefers dumping more chemicals into the environment with birth control or costly deer sterilization as done in Staten Island? So why do we need the CA, We all recognize the tight budgets and fiscal constraints of the state budget. In the last budget, responsibilities to protect threatened and endangered species during development were moved from the Fish and Game Department to the Department of Environmental Services. With a constant pressure to find general funds, how long will it be before license fees are swept up in this net? Along with the proposals to eliminate the Fish and Game Department itself as cost-cutting measures. Think this can't happen? Similar proposals have been put forth in New Mexico and Washington State and Indiana. These threats are also coming from the current federal government administration, who in their zest for cost-cutting and privatization are working to sell off public lands and slash U.S. Fish and Wildlife staff. Threats to fish and game autonomy start small, such as outlawing bear hunting in New Jersey until an emergency declaration by the governor reinstated it to reduce human-bear encounters. Even here in New Hampshire, this committee has heard, and on a bipartisan basis rejected, attempts to strip the Fish and Game Commission's purview for setting seasons based on science-backed evidence. This amendment protects the Fish and Game Department. It protects cherished New Hampshire traditions, and it protects wildlife populations and their habitat throughout the state. I implore the committee to recommend the amendment for adoption by the House. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Representative. Are you willing to take any questions?
Yes, of course. Sorry.
Are there any questions for the representative? Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I will admit it's a little hard to hear you, so I might have missed something. So this might be a clarification question. I heard you say something about a governor of a state that disallowed bear hunting.
So, New Jersey, thank you very much for the question. New Jersey passed a law to ban bear hunting. The encounters between people and bears increased by a wide margin, and so the governor of New Jersey made an emergency declaration to reopen the season.
Okay, thank you. Follow up, because
follow up.
That wasn't quite my question yet. So how would this bill affect any governor here in New Hampshire if, for instance, the Fish and Game Committee and then the House and the Senate and all of that needed to pass a bill to either allow or not allow hunting of a certain animal? You can certainly recall the Bobcat bill. Would this amendment not allow the governor, whoever that might be, to sign such a bill?
The amendment, thank you again for the question. The amendment states that the fish and game laws shall be adopted by the legislature, signed by the governor. It doesn't say signed by the governor, but that fish and game laws apply, and that the Fish and Game Commission shall set the rules, just as is today. So there really is no change in the way that fish and game laws will be set based on this amendment. This amendment is about protecting the Fish and Game Department's very existence. I hope that this legislature, in its insightfulness, will not encroach upon the Fish and Game Commission's responsibilities to set fishing and hunting regulations based on science-based evidence.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for your testimony. The chair will now recognize Michael Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I have to say it's actually a pleasure to be here. Usually I'm here speaking against bills that limit our rights, other such things. I think this is an absolutely amazing opportunity, not only for us sitting in the room, but our posterity, those people looking generations down the road. 250th anniversary of our state right now. The first laws that were passed in this state were actually regarding fishing. Fish were exploited. Granted, it's where Vermont sits today, but New Hampshire and New York used to border each other. The first laws passed. If you look at the first flag of this state, there's five arrows on there. There was 5 counties. There was a lot of use of sustainable resources. Sustainable resources aren't just trees and plants. They also include animals, fish, and everything put together. Some people call it the environment. Some people call it nature. And I apologize if I'm wordy here. I'm a scientist by training. Please don't hold this against me. I grew up in California. I grew up in San Diego. Person named Skip Fry, if you Google him, one of the most famous surfers of all time. Got surfboards from him. I never got into surfing. I used to go down to the Scripps Pier and go fishing every day after school. It's what got me excited. It was absolutely amazing. If you go back there today, you could cast a line in this place all day long and you won't catch a fish. Unfortunately, where I grew up was La Jolla, California was one of the most desirable places to live, including for being able to enjoy the outdoors for things like hunting and fishing no more. I now live in that most desirable place. Unfortunately, Fish and Game in California has transformed from an educational organization in wildlife stewardship into strictly a law enforcement agency. Numbers of fishermen and hunters have absolutely plummeted, and in so doing, the people who are aware of the value of land, not to put buildings up, but what the land can actually do for people. My wife is also a state legislator. We've been conservationists since we've met. We have property in dairy that we're trying to conserve. We absolutely love hunting and fishing, not because we enjoy killing animals. We enjoy eating nature at some points, but we're stewards of the land. This has been a tradition for our state, and there is a lot here. This bill could have just as easily gone to education. So many people don't understand that we have to take care of our environment, and this bill merely codifies one of the tools that's there, which is the harvesting of fish and game. We have fish and game here. You will find out that some of the tools that are used in New Hampshire right now, there's a fish called a white perch that in some bodies of water has become a problem. The department doesn't need to spend money having professional fishermen go in and remove these or through whatever means there are. They merely encourage fishermen to go in there and cull the fish. When you catch them, even if you're not going to eat them, don't put them back in. And with white perch, anyone who's ever eaten them knows you keep the white perch and eat them. They're delicious. New Hampshire has some great success stories, and I'm going to wrap up with this. If you've seen turkeys, if you've seen deer, you need to thank New Hampshire Department of Fish and Game. I moved here in 1994. Turkeys, you could find turkeys, not like we have them today. The white-tailed deer population here over decades, this isn't something that you snap your finger and it changes, has gone from a relatively small and unhealthy herd to one now where we live in Darien, the southern part of the state. You can harvest multiple deer and hardly impact the overall population. This is merely a tool that should be preserved. It's been part of our heritage. Whether you moved here recently, whether your family moved here before we were a state, or whether you're a Native American, I think that this is a tool that should be enshrined in our Constitution. Please find this ought to pass and move this forward to the voters.
Thank you. Would you take questions?
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair will now recognize Sean Coughlin, representing Wildlife. Is that yourself personally, or is that an organization, sir?
I'm here to represent the animals and the wildlife, but it's also part of Voices of Wildlife.
So it's not an organization?
It is an organization, but I'm here and speaking on my own behalf, and again, on behalf of the animals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. As the chairman asked, I am here speaking on behalf of the animals. And make no mistake, it's their lives that are in the balance here today. And as you might see and guess, that they can't be here to be present to represent themselves. We need to be their protectors. I don't believe conservation should require killing, and that's what this bill is promoting. This bill is about the joy of killing. This bill promotes wildlife by codifying rights to kill. And I hope that you'll please consider saving the rights of these wildlife that can't be present here today by rejecting this bill and keeping safeguards in place for the future that are already in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Of course.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair will now call Steve Crawford, representing himself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Committee. Steve Crawford, Hopkinton, New Hampshire. I provided you an email yesterday through the general court email system that you have. I have a written copy if you need it. What I wanted to, I guess, to attest to today is what Representative McFarland said in his introduction.
Just talk a little more into the microphone.
Closer?
then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. I worked for the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture for 20 years. I was the state veterinarian for 20 of those years and a deputy commissioner for 18. I can personally attest to the challenges of an ever-growing job list that comes from the legislature and the public with resources that rarely match that. The constant struggle to keep up to get things done is real. When you're primarily funding that through the general fund, it's a challenge. When there's a willing group of people who are contributing to that, I don't see any reason to risk getting rid of that. I think there's great value in the system of user pay here that will continue to fund Fish and Game. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you willing to take any questions?
Certainly.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair will now call Christina Snyder, representing herself.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Snyder. I live in Chester, New Hampshire. I am here to oppose this resolution. The way that it is written is very concerning to me because it says hunt, fish, and then harvest game. Harvest game is very open-ended, and I feel that if that's not described well, it's going to be the public, the general public's not going to understand what they're voting on. Because harvest game includes trapping, and it includes hounding of wildlife. And trapping, there's a very large majority of the public that is against animal trapping. And nowhere in there is the word trap used. So I feel that when the public goes to the voting booth, they're not going to fully grasp what they are voting for. I think that it lacks transparency. So that's a big issue for me. And then a couple other things here is that the licenses were mentioned and the funding for the licenses. Hunting and trapping licenses are plunging. It has been going on for years. There was a little COVID bump, but now it's back down. And that's not going to change if this resolution passes. That's not going to happen. So funding is going to have to come from another source no matter what. And then my understanding too is that we've heard that Fish and Game has done an excellent job managing wildlife with the deer and the turkey and the bear. So everything's going well. So why do we need this? Fish and Game is doing a great job. I go to the commission meetings all the time and they have a handle on this. They know what they're doing. Sending this out to the public, I feel is just a big mistake.
And it's going to cause some issues with possible lawsuits, which have happened in other areas of the country, in other states. You know, in Colorado regarding wolves, in New Mexico regarding Roxy's Law, which was a trapping law that was passed. There's been lawsuits. You know what? Lawsuits cost money, and they will keep coming. And then people, when they find out what they've been voting, what they voted for, you know what's going to happen. Most likely, and which I feel is going to happen, is more land will actually get posted, and there'll be less opportunity for people to hunt. So most of the public's going to think, oh, this is deer hunting. And I'll tell you honestly, I'm okay with deer hunting. Deer need to be managed. Bear need to be managed. Turkey need to be managed. But trapping is a big problem with me, and it's going to be a big problem with the public once they find out. And they will find out. And I hope and I feel that this is going to backfire. Everything is okay the way that it is. Hunting is not going anywhere. We need hunting to manage certain species. So I am here for that. But let's be clear, this resolution is not worded well. It's tricky and it's sneaky. And I am in deep opposition to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume you'll take questions?
Yes.
Are there any questions? Representative Harvey.
So you're the first one that's mentioned the word lawsuit, and that is a concerning word. I understand that the bill, as been presented so far, has said that all existing laws and rules from Fish and Game are still applicable. However, would that stop someone from at least trying to use this bill as an alibi for his hunting, perhaps on posted land or for poaching? Does this law prevent that kind of thing from happening, which would cause very expensive lawsuits?
No, even if the argument is that it will prevent it from happening, it doesn't mean that it won't. It doesn't mean that a person can't take it upon themselves to pull this out and say, hey, if they get in an argument with their neighbor, say, I have a right to hunt, and there could be lawsuits. This is open-ended. There could be a lot of problems from this, and like I've mentioned, there have been problems across the country. Everything is working fine right now.
Follow up, please. So if that is the case, then, that there are lawsuits, whether they're frivolous or not, could that actually, rather than increase the funds for Fish and Game, actually cause Fish and Game funds to be spent on legal pursuits rather than the conservation pursuits that we've heard about this morning?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chair will now call B.J. Wall, representing himself, and on deck is Larry Barker. If you're out there, get ready.
Hi, I'm BJ and I live in Sullivan, New Hampshire. I've got a really very short, brief thing to say. I think this is a bill in search of a problem. It is already legal to hunt, fish, and trap in New Hampshire. Putting a recreational or entertainment activity into our Constitution is absurd. There are no recreational activities in it now, even though back in the 1780s when it was written, I'm sure that hunting, fishing, and trapping were much more important and widely practiced than they are now, but it's not in there. What's next? The right to snowmobile? The right population maybe is scared. They represent less than 4% of the population, and they know that the vast majority of us don't approve of them killing innocent animals. So I think to elevate a sport into the Constitution is going down a slippery slope. Other minorities may want to put in things that will protect them as well. Don't put the right to murder into the Constitution. This is a ridiculous bill and it should die in committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you willing to take questions?
Yeah.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. The chair now calls Larry Barker.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee. On way of introduction, wear a lot of hats. One, I'm a volunteer instructor for New Hampshire Fish and Game for hunter safety, and I am also president of the Groveton Fish and Game Club, but the thoughts I'm going to share are my own. Maybe speaking to the last speaker, research tells us that the vast majority of New Hampshire citizens support the right to regulated hunting and fishing already. We are in the minority, but the majority of Americans and New Hampshire citizens strongly support the right to hunt and fish. There's probably as many reasons for hunting and fishing as there are hunting and fishermen, but I'm going to highlight a couple of the reasons that I think are important. One is when people spend time in the backcountry and in the woods and on the streams and on the lakes, they have an intense experience that's hands-on, and what that kind of does is creates a real it creates conservationists. When you have that intense experience, you're driven to want to protect the outdoors, want to protect the rivers, streams, and woods. And I've always said that as conservationists, the first conservationists in this country were hunters and fishermen, and that holds true today. We've heard a little bit of talk about the Wildlife Restoration Act and the Sports Fish Restoration Act, also known as Pittman, Robertson, and Dingell-Johnson. My research tells me that in 2025, that brought in $9.5 million to the state of New Hampshire. And those funds are used for recruitment and retention of hunters and fishermen, to conserve wild land, to provide access, to fund research, and also to support our biologists and wildlife law enforcement officers. And all of those things benefit not only hunters and fishermen, but all New Hampshire citizens. It's very important. A couple of reasons that I think hunting and fishing are important is it allows us to take responsibility for our own food. Right now, my freezers are full of free-range, sustainable meat, and there's a lot of benefits to that for health reasons and for other reasons, so it's important. Another thing that I think is really important about hunting and fishing is it's a family activity, and it gets youth involved. And let me tell you, when kids are unplugged and in the woods and on the streams, magic happens, and we begin to create more conservationists through that activity. So I could go on. There's lots and lots of reasons why I think this is important to support, but I strongly support the move to codify the right to hunt and fish in our Constitution.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Harvey.
You may be surprised to know that I agree with absolutely everything you said. Being outdoors is a great way for kids to get unplugged, family activity, conservation, all of that. My question is, can we support those things even without this amendment? I heard somebody say it's a solution looking for a problem. I think you worded that right. So can I support all of those things that you and I agree on, even without this amendment?
Well, I think it's certainly possible you could. However, like I said in the beginning, the vast majority of New Hampshire citizens support the right to regulated hunting and fishing. However, there's a very loud, vocal minority that grabs headlines and promotes the opposite view. So I think it's important to support the wishes of the vast majority of New Hampshire citizens. And codifying this right in the Constitution, I think is a step in the right direction. 24 of the states have already done it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. The chair will now call Linda Dion. On deck is Patton. Can't read the first name, but you're on deck.
Good afternoon, everyone, committee members, Representative Spillane. My name is Linda Dion. I live in Raymond, New Hampshire, and I'm opposed to this bill. And I think I have some things to say that have already been said, so I'll try not to repeat, okay, except I think it bears.
Just make sure you use the microphone a little more, thank you.
But I think it bears repeating that this is a solution looking for a problem. New Hampshire Fish and Game is doing a great job managing our wildlife. Like people say, we have more turkeys now than ever and more deer than ever, so we don't need a constitutional amendment. Your right to hunt is protected by Fish and Game. It will not be taken away from you. As long as Fish and Game exists, hunters and fishermen will exist. And I don't see Fish and Game going anywhere. The concern driving this proposal seems to be based on paranoia that your hunting rights are going to be taken away from you. This guy over here just said that he said something about there's a loud group that wants to take away his rights. Well, don't worry, as much as we'd like to, we're not able to do that. And as long as Fish and Game protects your right, you have nothing to worry about. As long as you are managing wildlife and using it for sustenance, your right is protected. Actually, it's not even a right, it's a privilege. But if it's a recreational activity, then that's a whole other different thing. If it's a recreational activity, there's no reason why it should be protected with a constitutional amendment. It's a privilege, it's a recreational activity, and if we're going to put this in the Constitution, maybe we should put snowmobilers in the Constitution, have their privilege protected with a constitutional amendment. If it's a recreational thing, this could lead to a slippery slope. Okay, let me see. Some of this has already been covered. I did do a little bit of research about other states doing this, because I know the supporters are going to talk about all the other states that are doing this. Well, they also are having problems. In Maine, the state Supreme Court had to decide whether a Sunday hunting ban violated constitutional protection for hunting. So that cost a lot of money, a lot of taxpayer money, when that went to the Supreme Court in Maine. And when I did this little bit of research, I found that there were other states that are also having the same problems. I don't think New Hampshire wants to deal with taking these court litigation. It's expensive for New Hampshire taxpayers. So I just want to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. The chair now calls Patton, and I can't read your first name, I'm sorry.
It's Camden. Hi, good afternoon.
Excuse me, Camden?
Camden, yes, C-A-M.
Okay, thank you. I'll need that for the clerk, so I just want to make sure I got it clear. Thank you.
No worries. All right, good afternoon, Chair, honorable members of the House Committee. My name is Camden Patton. I'm a resident of Rochester, New Hampshire. I'm also the owner of Creek and Current Rod Company. It's a small business. I run it out of my own home. I build custom fishing rods. I'm representing myself and my community today. I have a couple of different concerns here about this bill. I'm here to testify on consideration against CA-CR 15. While this proposal is represented as a shield for sportswomen and men, recent history in our neighboring state of Maine does serve as a sobering warning of how such language, no matter how well-intentioned, can be weaponized to undermine conservation and the very traditions it claims to protect. So I do urge you to consider the following points. The first is that New Hampshire hunting and fishing rights are already secured. We have a proud, centuries-old tradition of hunting and fishing that's already deeply respected, and it is widely assumed by both citizens and our Fish and Game Department. There's no evidence that these rights are under any legitimate threat or any kind of legislative action. There is no evidence that doing anything to amend the state constitution will rectify a problem that does not already exist. Secondly, the main precedent, which has already been discussed here, and risks to conservation. In 2021, Maine did pass a right to food amendment. That proponents argued was about food sovereignty, but since then it's been used in litigation to challenge longstanding science-based conservation rules. Most recently, it was used to challenge fly fishing only and catch and release regulations in Maine. that protect their pristine native brook trout environments. Plaintiffs argue that such restrictions infringe upon their constitutional right to harvest. If CA-CR 15 is passed, New Hampshire is risking opening its own traditional methods and conservation zones to similar legal attacks, potentially dismantling management tools that keep our fisheries healthy as they are. The burden of costly litigation is going to be the third point I ask you to consider. Maine's amendment has already resulted in multiple high-stakes lawsuits, including challenges to their Sunday hunting ban, as mentioned previously. These legal battles force state agencies to divert critical resources away from the habitat restoration and wildlife management and into pockets of lawyers to defend common sense regulations that have been in place for centuries. We should not invite this same litigious energy into our state. Our current system is already functioning just fine. My fourth and final point I'd ask you to consider is the influence of out-of-state special interests. This is not one that's been brought up yet, but you will be informed to know that the push for constitutional amendment here is part of a coordinated nationwide effort led by the NRA and the International Order of Theodore Roosevelt. This is an organization with deep ties to international trophy hunting groups. They have large sponsorships and deep pockets. These groups provide the funding and legal muscle for the lawsuits currently plaguing Maine. We do not need out-of-state organizations with their own agendas and special interests meddling in our resources and conservation efforts. The future of New Hampshire's natural heritage depends on the ability of experts to make science-backed decisions without the constant threat of constitutional litigation. CA-CR 15, as has been said before, is a solution in search of a problem, one that risks trading our stable, science-led management for a future of endless court battles. I respectfully ask this committee to thoughtfully consider the broad implications of this bill, the precedent set by our neighboring state to the east, and I recommend inexpedient to legislate on CA-CR 15. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions? Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I know in New Hampshire that if we put this in the Constitution and we get it wrong, or there is some sort of unintended consequences, such as you mentioned with the right for food in Maine, the only way we can correct that is through another constitutional amendment. I'm just curious, is that the case in Maine as well?
That actually is currently underway. So that case with the fly fishing only and the catch and release, I believe, is still under litigation. So that remains to be seen.
Thank you.
Representative Ouellette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. The question I have is, some of the testimony I've heard today, and I think we can all agree, that Fish and Game has done a great job managing our wildlife and our animals and our seasons. But somewhere in the future, if there's a legislative body in New Hampshire that changes and passes laws saying that we're not going to deer hunt, we're not going to bear hunt, the Fish and Game, being a department in New Hampshire, will have to follow those laws. What's the solution?
Yeah, so I do think there's better ways to go about this one, other than enshrining it as a constitutional right with vague wording that can be misinterpreted or misconstrued in, again, legal litigation. What those options are, I haven't written them out or proposed them per se, but I see other opportunities to be able to protect those rights without going and doing such to such an extent with such, again, vague language.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair will now call Fred Bird. Representing the Congressional Sportsman Foundation, and next on deck is Kurt Ehrenberg from Humane World for Animals.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Fred Bird. I am with the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. I'm a licensed hunter, trapper, and angler as a New Hampshire resident. Also a past Fish and Game Commissioner for Stratford County. Today I testify on behalf of New Hampshire sportsmen and women, as well as resident sportsmen in strong support of CACR 15. Why do we need this? Touch on a couple points here. Funding, ultimately, and this has been touched on here. As we talk about hunting and fishing licenses and how those get matched at the federal level through Pittman Robinson and Dingell Johnson. Pittman Robinson is a self-imposed 10 to 11% manufacturer levels tax. Almost 90 years ago, stakeholders got together after market hunting was decimating populations. Conservation was not what it was across the landscape in 1900, and so we got a better way to fund conservation. They did that in 1937 with Pittman Robinson. 75 years ago, Dingell Johnson was brought about in the same model, offering a 10% manufactured level self-imposed tax on angling equipment. Sometime later, Wallop Bro came about. We also have a 3% self-imposed tax on electric trolling motors. This is a recognition of individual rights. This is the preservation of the state's power to regulate these activities through the New Hampshire Fish and Game. It also addresses preemption of local regulation that frustrates comprehensive statewide wildlife management. The protection of traditional hunting methods, this was addressed earlier. What does that mean? Is there ambiguity to this? No. This is what is legal at the time of passage should this get to the people, to the citizens to vote upon. Those methods do include trapping. They also include archery equipment, one of the fastest growing demographics of take in our country, as well as a hobby for non-consumptive users. Also hunting with dogs, also baiting. These are all prescribed management tools by the Fish and Game that they have approved and are legal now. This is a recognition of hunting and fishing as a preferred means of wildlife management, as according to the North American Model of Wildlife Conservation per Tenet 7. This also is a clarification that property rights are not affected or diminished. Today you have heard about fictional concerns fabricated by a small vocal group of citizens who will say just about anything to advance their baseless, unscientific claims. CACR 15 does not do the following. It does not void property rights. Per RSA 635, Section 4, landowners are allowed to post private property and exclude others. Will CACR 15 bring about a bobcat season? No, absolutely not. There is a process to this that has to get approved by the commission first. That's how our regulations and season setting happens. That goes up through the legislative process as we saw 10 years ago. Similar concern was cited in Florida this last election cycle in 2024 with Amendment 2. They were worried about bringing about a black bear season. Again, they couldn't bring about a black bear season with the passage of the amendment. That was addressed through their rule setting. Will this legalize poaching? Absolutely not. All rules still apply that are within the legal realm of the New Hampshire Fish and Game Law Enforcement Division for them to prosecute offenders and offending people. This will not legalize poaching. See my last comment about law maintaining. Does this get rid of licenses? No. Fish and Game maintains the laws again, and most importantly, we need those licenses to be matched with Pittman Robinson and Dingell Johnson dollars. Finally, this is a nonpartisan issue. There are no R's, D's, or anything in between on this. We can all come together as a citizenry to understand we all love beautiful waterways, woods, wildlife, all flora and fauna. That's what makes this state so great. This has nothing but upside for New Hampshire wildlife habitat citizens, the economy, and conservation for our storied natural spaces enjoyed by visitors from all over the world. The people of New Hampshire, the citizens, should get a say in November and have their voices heard and have an opportunity to vote on this. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very
And the
much.
chair will now recognize Kurt Ehrenberg from Humane World for Animals.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the committee, Chairman Spillane. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg, and I'm the New Hampshire State Director for Humane World for Animals. We advocate for better policy to protect animals and communities, provide direct care during emergency rescue and disaster response, and provide training to animal care professionals and law enforcement. We do not take a position on hunting for subsistence, but instead seek to end practices that, as many hunters agree, violate long-standing principles of fair chase and sportsmanship, and that are counter to the values of the majority of Americans. Because of that, we urge you to oppose CACR 15, which would codify those cruel, outdated, and ineffective practices into our state's constitution. First, to be clear, there is no actual threat to the right of New Hampshire citizens to hunt and fish. No one is trying to eliminate these activities. Instead, CACR 15 actually aims to prevent New Hampshire citizens from exercising their right to protect their wildlife from cruel practices. It states that, quote, all persons have the right to hunt, fish, and harvest game and fish, including by the use of traditional methods. However, hunting interest groups have advised using that phrase, traditional methods, as code for practices like trapping, hounding, and baiting that Americans strongly oppose. And so CACR would protect the use of those unpopular methods in the state's constitution, hindering the New Hampshire public from updating, modernizing, and improving wildlife management policy in the future. And by giving preference to hunting as a preferred means of managing and controlling wildlife, CACR 15 could complicate situations in which hunting may not be feasible. That could be in highly populated areas to manage federally protected species, or in cases in which citizens or local governments want to instead resolve wildlife conflicts with effective, humane, non-lethal methods. Finally, a constitutional right to hunt amendment could cost New Hampshire taxpayer millions of dollars by opening the door to expensive legal challenges from those arguing that reasonable quotas, season closures, bag limits, and land area closures and other restrictions are unconstitutional. For these reasons, we urge this committee to oppose CACR 15. And just a final note that anything that I've cited here is in your written testimony that I gave you.
Thank you, sir. I assume you're willing to take questions.
Sure.
Are there any questions? Representative Harvey.
So I keep hearing that there is a small group of people who don't support scientific methods concerning wildlife management, but what we're doing right now, having Fish and Game propose the rules and so forth for hunting and fishing and trapping, that they are scientific methods, correct?
Yes, most of the time.
So,
follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I'm curious as to how this amendment would further our scientific information when we already are making our rules based on scientific information.
I really can't give you a positive answer to that, so you'll have to ask someone else.
Are there any other questions? Representative Ouellette.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my question. We've heard a few times this afternoon how the majority of people are very much against trapping, baiting, and hounding. But I've sat on this committee for 4 years, and I have not seen a single piece of legislation trying to outlaw it. So is it really a true statement that you made?
Yeah, it's a true statement that I made, yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So the chair is now going to call someone I skipped over because this card looked like a joke card handed in. I'm told your last name is Human, and you put Human as your last name. You also put that you're representing just yourself, and you checked off that you support the bill and you oppose the bill, and you have sort of written testimony with one copy. So if you'd like, I would appreciate it if you'd fill out a new card that actually explains what you're actually doing here, and I'll recognize you to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Human, also a resident of Rochester, Ward 6, and a New Hampshire hunter. I like the idea of including a right to hunt and fish in the New Hampshire Constitution. It is a natural right, and I do believe it should be included, but not in this particular fashion. There are several defects with this constitutional amendment as proposed. I do think that a right to hunt dovetails nicely with recent decisions by the United States Supreme Court, such as the Dobbs decision, concerning traditional uses of firearms. And I do think that the proposed location of this amendment in the New Hampshire Constitution is appropriate. Article 2C, along with the other natural rights of individual citizens. But I would like to run through quickly the defects that I see in this constitutional amendment as proposed. Some of these defects are legal, some of them are practical. And as I run through these, I have 8 of them, I would like you to think of them not as objections, not as reasons to vote against this amendment, but as potential amendments to the amendment, if you will, ways to fix it so that it could be passed by the voters of New Hampshire. First of all, the amendment refers to rules and regulations promulgated by the Fish and Game Department. I would submit to you that rules and regulations have no place in the New Hampshire Constitution. The New Hampshire Constitution is the supreme law. And when we pass an article, when we include an article in the Constitution that defers to departmental regulation or defers to general court legislation, you gut the authority, you gut the effectiveness of that constitutional provision. So it should not be subject to laws enacted by the General Court of New Hampshire and the rules and regulations promulgated by Fish and Game. We don't even know if there will be a Fish and Game Department. Maybe it gets renamed the Department of the Environment, or maybe it's shut down altogether. What does that make? How does the constitutional provision operate when the Fish and Game Department changes its name or is dissolved? Forbid. Number 2, the word conservation poses a problem. As you legislators are probably aware, the New Hampshire Supreme Court interprets the meaning of laws and constitutional provisions based upon the plain meaning of the words. The court will not consider the legislative intent behind the verbiage unless the verbiage is in itself somehow ambiguous or confusing. And the word conservation, as it's included in this amendment, suggests that the right to hunt and fish should be limited to killing as few animals as possible because we're trying to conserve the wildlife. That's the plain meaning of the word conserve. So I would suggest taking out the word conservation and just making it promote wildlife management. That would be clearer and it would avoid that ambiguity. Number 3, it says that all persons will have the right to hunt, fish, and harvest game. Again, persons does not, there are different kinds of legal persons. There are natural persons like me. There are corporate persons. They're governmental agencies. So if you're granting or guaranteeing the right to all persons, does that guarantee the right also to corporations to hunt and fish in New Hampshire? I, for one, don't want to live in a state where Walmart does most of the hunting. This is, I believe, a right inherent to individuals. So I would suggest replacing the phrase all persons with all natural persons as a way to cure that defect. Number 4 has already been addressed, so I won't address that. Number 5, this amendment does not address any particular species. So traditional species used as game animals include deer, bear, but are birds included? In New Hampshire, turkeys are considered large game. In other states, they're not. So there's some ambiguity about the species there. What I would suggest doing is adding after, including the use of traditional methods, I would use language more like, including by the use of traditional methods on traditionally fished and harvested species. That way you include animals like turkeys, which could otherwise be excluded from this constitutional provision. Number 6. The phrase traditional methods also poses problems because in New Hampshire, under current fish and game regulations, it is illegal to fish using a trot line. Yet a trot line is a traditional form of fishing. So if you pass this constitutional amendment, you will necessarily have to change some fish and game regulations to comport with this new constitutional right. Number 7 is a jurisdictional issue. The constitutional amendment as proposed limits the right to fish and hunt only to laws enacted by the General Court of the state of New Hampshire and the rules and regulations. Keep in mind that New Hampshire has several miles of coastal navigable waters under federal jurisdiction. So what happens when a New Hampshire fisherman is in New Hampshire waters fishing and someone from the federal government comes in to oppose their regulations? The New Hampshire fisherman can say, I have a constitutional right under the Constitution of New Hampshire to be fishing. Now, this constitutional amendment specifically rejects federal jurisdiction on New Hampshire waterways. So that's another legal defect as this is written. And number 8 I think is also a very important defect in this bill. It's a landmine, if you will. It's the language under paragraph B, which says that the laws must maintain resources in trust for public use. There's very few places in the New Hampshire Constitution that have provisions for communism like that. When you create a communal resource and you create communal rights, you really transgress the New Hampshire tradition. There are a few places where this does happen in the New Hampshire Constitution. An example is the right to education. And that has spawned a whole slew of lawsuits, Claremont being the most famous one. And the courts have decided the specific dollar amount that represents an adequate education for a specific person. And we have a whole network of donor towns. We don't, by enshrining the wildlife of New Hampshire as a public resource in the Constitution, you create the potential for a whole new set of Claremont-like lawsuits to come before the courts of the state. So for those 8 reasons, 7 of which I went over, I would propose that this not be passed as written, but instead amended to cure the defects that I spoke about. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
The chair will now call Kyle Baker from the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. On deck is Joe Laporto from the National Rifle Association.
Good afternoon, Kyle Baker, New Hampshire Wildlife Federation, here to support CACR 15. A lot of what I was going to say has already been touched on, but the main focus of this is continuing to support the stream of conservation funding provided to the Fish and Game Department. We've heard that there are no threats on hunting licenses. In the last year alone, there's been attempts in Washington, New Mexico, Oregon, Indiana, Vermont, all looking to place restrictions on that would be detrimental to conservation funding in those states. I have not heard of any major successes yet, but in particular, there's one in Oregon being considered right now that would essentially place a restriction on all hunting. So the threats are real. In the last decade of being here working on these issues, I've seen probably 5 to 7 different attempts to reorganize, remove authority, change up how Fish and Game does their work. Again, none of them have been successful, and I think that is why we continue to see growth in all of our managed species in New Hampshire. We've heard it already. We have, thousands more turkeys on the landscape, double the deer population, 600% or so increase in bear population, and all of that trickles down into the non-game space as well. Continued opportunities for land conservation, conservation easements, all of that's done through license fees and the federal match that's applied to it. So we're here in support, but everything else that I think I was going to raise was already been said. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chair now calls Joe Laporto from the National Rifle Association.
Good afternoon, Chair Spillane and members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak on the advice of the chair. I will keep my comments brief, as we've heard quite extensive testimony this afternoon on the financial and economic benefits that hunters and fishermen and sportsmen across the state provide in both funding conservation, preserving natural habitat, and ensuring that wildlife populations are managed efficiently, both in terms of protecting the wildlife that we have in the state, but also minimizing the impact on taxpayers. On behalf of the NRA, on behalf of our members across the state, we fully support the amendment as it's currently written. I wanted to share just briefly, in addition to our written testimony, which we submitted to the committee, I wanted to share some of the perhaps indirect benefits that sportsmen provide across the state and across the nation. Through programs like the NRA's Hunters for the Hungry program, where we work with states across the U.S. on venison donation programs that are coordinated with our state agency counterparts. Nationally, those programs provide 8.1 million meals for hungry families in the United States annually. And so we've heard quite extensively about the funding for conservation, but the hunting industry and fishing industries provide significant economic benefits to the local economy through tourism and trade, but also through some of those indirect programs that hunters support the community at large. On behalf of our members, again, we support this resolution. We encourage you to pass it and send this issue to the voters this fall.
Thank you so much. I assume you'll take questions.
Of course, thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Michael Fresco from the Safari Club International.
Chair Spillane and honorable members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michael Fresco, and I am the president of the New England chapter of Safari Club International, or SCI. SCI exists with the mission of protecting the freedom to hunt and promoting sustainable use wildlife conservation. On behalf of the New England SCI chapter and our members of the National SCI organization, and me personally as a New Hampshire resident, I am here to support CACR 15 and the effort to constitutionally protect the right to hunt and fish within this great state. First, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your efforts in spearheading this bill. As a resident, business owner, hunter, and most importantly, a father, I strongly urge the committee to move this bill forward for further consideration and hopefully secure a position on the November 2026 ballot for this important measure. Hunting and fishing are critically important to New Hampshire's culture, history, future generations, and economy. Enshrining the right to hunt and fish in the Constitution will protect the rich tradition of hunting and angling here in New Hampshire for future generations and to help defend against attacks that hunting faces every day at various levels within the state and local level across the country. Many states, especially ones with changing demographics and growing populations, are experiencing both overt and covert threats to their sporting heritage. The language contained within the proposed amendment to promote wildlife conservation and management, maintain resources in trusts for public use, and preserve the future of hunting and fishing are paramount to sustainable use, conservation, and hunting within New Hampshire. Today and in the future, SCI strongly supports these stated objectives and the ultimate goal of protecting these rights in perpetuity through a constitutional amendment. Additionally, ensuring public hunting and fishing as a preferred means of managing and controlling wildlife in the state is prudent and responsible management of wildlife. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak today and to support this critically important bill for our traditions, our way of life, our businesses, and our families.
Thank you for your testimony. I assume you'll take questions?
Yes.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair will now advise everyone that I see 2 more speakers signed up to speak. The last one is in the way I run things, I put the departments last because they are paid to be here. So the department will be last. If there's anybody who wants to speak who has not yet signed up, please get your cards up here and I'll make sure you get a chance to speak before the final speaker. With that being said, I'm going to call Carter Heath from the National Wild Turkey Federation.
Good afternoon, and thank you for seeing this, and thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee members. My name is Carter Heath, and I am the Regional Director for the National Wild Turkey Federation. Born and raised right here in New Hampshire, 20-minute commute from Barnstead. The New Hampshire State Board of the National Wild Turkey Federation supports CACR 15, and we feel that these time-honored and deeply rooted traditions in our state's history and heritage remain vital tools for wildlife conservation and habitat stewardship. CAR 15 aligns closely with the NWTF's Forest and Flocks Initiative, which emphasizes healthy forests and the continuation of our hunting traditions for future generations. Protecting the right to hunt and fish ensures continued public engagement for conservation while reinforcing the North American model of wildlife conservation, a model that relies on regulated science-based wildlife management conducted by trained professionals. Importantly, CACR 15 preserves the authority of the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department to manage wildlife using sound science and adaptive management practices. The amendment does not eliminate regulation, rather it ensures the hunting and fishing remains valued lawful tools for conservation guided by biological data and professional expertise. NWTF members and volunteers invest countless hours and resources into habitat restoration, wildlife research, and conservation partnerships across New Hampshire. Safeguarding the rights and to hunt and fish ensures continued support for these efforts and reinforces the role sportsmen and women play as conservationists. For these reasons, the New Hampshire State Board of the NWTF respectfully encourages support for the CACR 15 to uphold New Hampshire's strong conservation legacy.
Thank you for your testimony. I assume you'll take questions.
Yes.
Are there any questions? I've got one for you. You mentioned the North American hunting model, and we had a comment earlier that it was potentially communist to have in the wording of the bill that all the animals and wildlife were held in trust for the public. Can you tell me what the North American hunting model recognizes as ownership of the wildlife in the United States, and can you also tell me how many states follow the North American hunting model?
The North American model for wildlife conservation is that it states that the wildlife is managed and belongs to the people. And as far as I know, all 50 states subscribe to this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. The chair will now call the last speaker because I haven't gotten any other cards. So if there is anybody who meant to speak and hasn't handed up a card, please do so. But otherwise, this is the last speaker of the day, Colonel Kevin Jordan from New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name again is Kevin Jordan and I'm still the colonel, as far as I know, of New Hampshire Fish and Game. Thank you for your time and your patience today. The commission had great debate and review and discussion over this, and at the end of all of that, they made the correct decision, in my opinion, to support this legislation. I want to take you on a little trip back into New Hampshire history. Last night I got a drink. I sat in front of my computer in my living room and I worked on this, and it made me think about my childhood in the history of hunting and fishing. So I've lived in New Hampshire for my entire life. Not everybody in this room can say that, but I have. I was born and brought up in northern New Hampshire, just a little bit south of where Representative Ouellette lives. I spent many years hunting, fishing, snowshoeing, hiking, and recreating every moment I've been able to do that, including last week in the outdoors of New Hampshire. As a young boy, I did not see moose in this state in any great numbers. As a matter of fact, I never saw a moose till I was almost 15 years old. I did not certainly see any turkeys. Our deer herds were varied at times, some good years, and I remember a time when our numbers were very dangerously low in the late 60s. In 2024, ladies and gentlemen, the deer harvest in New Hampshire exceeded 12,000. This represented the state's 12th highest harvest on record since 1922. After a brief decline, our moose population has become more stable in the northern area of our state, and it continues to rebound and improve steadily. In 2024, the bear harvest reached the highest in state's history. Turkey have been abundant statewide for some time now. No matter where you reside in New Hampshire, unless you go around with your eyes closed, you have seen turkeys. But my point to all of this, I missed a page, so I got to back up, sorry. In 1988, we established our non-game division. The program now, today, works to protect over 400 species of mammals, birds, reptiles, and amphibians. Their success stories are many, and examples would include the Carner blue butterfly, the return of the New England cottontail, and the piping plover restoration work that's been done on the coast, just to name 3 of many success stories. Our Wildlife Habitat Program is currently managing in excess of 90,000 acres of wildlife management areas and conservation easements for all of the general public to enjoy. The Marine Division works with state and federal partners to manage 62 various marine species and manages our most valuable commercial fishing industry within our state along our small coastline. They are active participants in stock assessments and managements of species to include lobster, American eel, Atlantic salmon, herring, groundfish, Atlantic menhaden, and their habitats. Inland fisheries, besides producing 325,000 pounds of fish in our hatcheries in 2024 to be stocked for everyone to enjoy, they are now working on building a hatchery that literally will be the state of the art across the country. This project will certainly enhance water quality around our facilities and incorporate enhanced technologies to improve operational efficiency, allowing for the expansion of production capacity as well as research capabilities in time. As far as the law enforcement division is concerned, if you read the news or you watch television, you're aware of what those guys' outstanding service and contributions are to the state. There are more success stories that I can share with you from our Fish and Game Department. This has just been a small snapshot of the significant successes that we have achieved through hard work, dedication, and sound science management. My point to all of this is these efforts cost money. All through my 3-decade career, we have requested financial assistance from our New Hampshire legislators, mostly seeking financial support from the general fund. Although we have received support at various times, there's never been a consistent process. An example would be this last budget cycle where we received no general funds other than a small amount for our non-game division. In 2024, our expenditures reached $42 million. We've managed to survive because we're able to receive some assistance through the Wildlife, Sport, Fish Restoration Programs, which you've heard a little bit about today, the Pittman-Robinson Act and Sport Fish, otherwise known as Dingell-Johnson Restoration Act. Every time a hunter or a fisherman purchase equipment like guns or ammos, archery or fishing equipment, the money is paid to these different states across the country through federal grants. This money is used to support some of the things that we have accomplished that I've discussed today. I do want to point out, however, a very important fact. These funds cannot be used for any type of law enforcement initiatives. I don't know if everybody's aware of that. Financial support for the law enforcement division comes strictly from hunting, fishing, and trapping license sales. The formula to distribute these funds to the various states are directly related directly related to the number of hunting, fishing, and trapping licenses sold within that state. The more licenses you sell, the state is able to secure more federal monies that can be awarded to that state. To secure these federal dollars, we require state match dollars. We will cease to exist without these funding sources. Our mission states in part that New Hampshire Fish and Game works in partnership with the public to conserve, manage, and protect resources and their habitats, inform and educate the public about these resources, and to provide the public with opportunities to use and appreciate these resources. And we are working very hard to stay on that mission, but we need support from the legislature as well as from the public. This constitutional amendment is a way for all to support us by ensuring the ability to hunt, fish, and harvest game in New Hampshire will never change. This ensures the critical sale of licenses that we need to continue to provide the support and the successes we've been working towards will go on. In 2022, the National Survey of Fishing, Hunting, and Wildlife Associated Recreation determined that the annual expenditures for all wildlife associated recreation in New Hampshire to be nearly $5.2 billion, with a B. Fishing was an estimated $1.4 billion, hunting $580 million, wildlife watching $3.3 billion. Outdoor recreation is a $2.7 billion industry in New Hampshire, employing over 28,000 workers within our state. Continued improvement in wildlife management and habitat improvements will only likely increase those revenue numbers as we move forward. If that's not a great argument for general fund, ladies and gentlemen, I guess I don't know what it is. But I would ask you that if you cannot provide substantial general funds on a regular basis to provide the necessary financial support we need to survive and continue these success stories, please vote yes on this change, so at least we can be sure that we will always have the ability to sell hunting and fishing licenses. We need those license sales to leverage those federal dollars necessary to sustain our efforts. Passing this amendment would mean that no legislative body in the future will ever be able to take away this critical funding source away from us. Hunting and fishing and harvesting game are well-accepted management tools. I realize and understand that there are people out there that don't enjoy it, but if you enjoy healthy wildlife populations, habitat conservation, law enforcement providing safety in the backcountry, search and rescue saving lives, and ensuring people are safe in the backcountry, this all starts with licensed dollars. If most, in here today could agree on one thing, it might be that the North American model of wildlife conservation is the world's most successful system of policies and laws to restore and safeguard fish and wildlife and their habitats through sound science and active management. I just want to tell you that one of the 7 tenets of the North American model is that every person has an equal opportunity under the law to participate in hunting and fishing. If you were to support this amendment, you would just be assuring that this important tenet and wildlife management tool will never change in New Hampshire. We have earned, and we certainly deserve, financial support from the state of New Hampshire for all the incredible services we continue to provide on a daily basis. This one doesn't cost the taxpayer a lot of money to secure, and I would ask you to all take the opportunity to help support us. Thank you for your time, for your patience, and for your service.
Thank you, Colonel. You're willing to take questions? Do we have any? Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Jordan, you already
sir.
understand that I don't miss any opportunity whenever I have a chance to ask you questions.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, and thank all the men and women who work in your department for doing a tremendous job for all of us. Here's the question. Just say on a beautiful November day, we passed this amendment as is written. And thereafter, Honorable Governor signed this and implement this amendment. What happens the day after to your department?
Nothing is going to change with us except that my belief it will ensure that the license sales will continue, and that's important to our survival. It's our only point of survival, frankly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I've got one for you, Colonel, if you're
Yes,
willing
sir.
to take my question. Thank
Sure,
you so
of
much for
course.
taking my question. We heard some discussion and some back and forth debate over the bill describing hunting and fishing as the preferred means of management. Does this mean that the department is legally barred from using other methods such as relocation or professional culling if a specific nuisance wildlife crisis arises?
No, business at New Hampshire Fish and Game, the way I read this resolution, this amendment, business at New Hampshire Fish and Game is fully free to continue in any fashion that they see fit for that.
Thank you for that, and I have one more if you're willing to take it.
Absolutely.
How does CACR 15, if it passes, ensure that biologists in the 11-member commission, rather than the courts, remain the primary decision makers for seasons and specific management?
They would remain the same, that's correct. It was written carefully. It was the first thing I looked for when I heard about it was where do we stand with licenses, laws, bag limits, season setting, all of that. And I am confident that this amendment ensures that that will continue. And as far as lawsuits go, I know we've heard a lot of discussion about that. A couple of things I'd like to remind the committee to think about. We would be the 25th state to put this into law. So there are many states that have done it before us. So I find it hard to believe if it's been a mistake that states are continuing to vote it in, number one. Number two, we live in a world where I've been sued 6 times, I think now in my career, for various reasons, all frivolous. We won every one of them, thank goodness. And I probably will get 6 more if I stay in it any longer. It's just the world that we live in, unfortunately. I don't know that you can protect against that. We could have lawsuits today without this amendment, just as significantly as we could with it. All this is going to do, in my opinion, is secure the fact that we will always be able to sell licenses, and we need that to survive.
Thank you, Colonel. I appreciate you bringing that up because I had that question when the lawsuit discussion was being thrown around, and I totally forgot about it by the point we got to this point. Are there any other questions for the Colonel? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I do not have any other people signed up to speak. So at this point, I will close the public hearing on CACR 15, and I will let the committee know that I was handed some numbers from the online testimony registrations from about 30 minutes ago from our committee assistant. As of 30 minutes ago, and keep in mind it closes tonight at midnight, we have a support base of 613 versus opposed at 294, and 2 people registered with a shrug saying, I don't care. So I don't know who logs in to specifically tell everyone that they don't care, but 2 people did. And with that, I thank everybody for their time here today. I thank everybody on the committee for their hard work and their ability to listen and sit through all of the testimony, the wonderful questions that we had. And we will be calling exec on this in a matter of 2 weeks or so. We're going to give you a few weeks to look at things, so we won't be doing anything right away. Thank you very much. Have a great day.